Okay.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Hey, Kate, it's
me. I'm going in tonight. Seems they've upped their security since my last few visits. That's a good thing, though. Means we're onto something. I'll meet you at the regular spot at the regular time for the handoff. I got a good feeling about tonight. I think I'm close to something big. Alright, I'll see you in a few hours.
I totally remember the story of the first two games, so get ready for puzzle destruction.
Excuse me.
We just started the game 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, just gotta see your access cards. It's after hours. Sir? Hey! Hey, stop right there!
Copy that. Back up dispatch to C-Wing.
Roger, let's find this rat.
There was a story recap on the main menu. Okay. Oh, really? Maybe we should watch that.
that's gotta lead to the security room.
I can crouch.
Attention Hamlin employees. We've been notified that unwelcome persons have entered into the ceiling. Please stay vigilant as you continue night shifts and report any and all suspicious activity to a Hamlin Happiness Protector immediately. Thank you.
Bum 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 bum.
My name is Cowboy.
Where will you?
Access card. Hello, Baron. What's up, buddy? How's it going? Yeah, the first puzzle in Amanda 2 is absolutely absurd. Can I go through here? Can I pick up the banana? Ooh, banana. I like throw it over my head instead of straight up. It's weird.
What the hell?
What's up, Weissman? What does this series become? Milked, perhaps? Maybe. I don't know. I'm actually kind of I'm kind of liking the start of this so far. Seems like there's a good amount of exploration you can do in the building, but oh god, here we go again.
Go. Let's see what we can find. Backup ready. Beginning to start process.
This is 20 minutes into the game.
I'm Amanda.
This is like 3 minutes into the game.
I'm Wooly. Today, we're on a super secret spy scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list. Come on, let's go! Are you ready to start the hunt? Whoever finds everything wins a prize.
The first thing on our list is a purple fire hydrant.
Do you see a purple fire hydrant?
It's right there.
Good job!
Holy
I see
bright
it over
dist. I think
there.
my brightness might be a
Wooly,
bit too high.
Check the purple fire hydrant off our list.
The next thing on the list is
Hold on.
a door with 3 windows.
Wait.
Can you help us find a door with 3 windows?
Damn,
Security lockdown protocol initiated.
that is not good.
Please remain calm. Authorized Hamlin employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they wish to deactivate the security lockdown protocol. A reminder that if the security lockdown deactivation procedure is not followed properly, the facility security system will enter into threat disposal mode. The current threat disposal mode is set to chlorine trifluoride gas. A reminder that chlorine trifluoride is an interhalogen compound with the formula CIF3. It is a colorless, poisonous, corrosive, and extremely reactive gas.
Thought maybe I would see a fire hydrant, but I don't. It didn't help that when the video was playing, I wasn't paying attention because I was trying to fix my camera. Oh wait, I can watch it again? No?
Nope, that's not on our list. You don't make a very good super secret spy, do you? A door with 3 windows. Good job.
But she also said the purple fire hydrant. I can't click on the purple fire hydrant.
Facility entering threat disposal mode.
What? I can't move! Oh, I guess I'm dead. Alright. Did I lose? God damn it, dude. My camera is so fucked, man. I need like a
Please
I need
leave
a
your message after the tone.
Hey, Kate, it's
It's me. I'm going in today. Seems they've upped their security since my last few visits. That's a good thing, though. Means we're onto something. I'll meet you at the regular spot at the regular time for the handoff.
that's good.
Man, maybe we just shouldn't use the camera. I need a freaking
Where will you take me? What the hell?
Oh, the door with 3 windows was right there. And then the fire hydrant, but I didn't see a fire hydrant.
Attention Hamlin employees. We've been notified that unwelcome persons.
I mean, I could just turn my lights on in my room and then the lighting will be okay. But I kind of like playing in the dark.
Let's see what we can find. Backup ready. Begin wheel to start
I'm Amanda.
Jesus.
And I'm Wooly.
Today, we're on a super secret spy scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list. Come on, let's go! Are you ready to start the hunt? Whoever finds everything wins a prize.
The first thing on our list is a purple fire hydrant.
Do you see a purple fire hydrant?
It's
Yes,
right there.
right there.
Good job!
Oh,
I see it over there. Willie, check the purple fire hydrant
see.
off our list.
The next thing on the list is a door with 3 windows.
Okay.
Can you help us find a door with 3 windows?
Damn.
Security lockdown protocol initiated.
That is not good.
Please remain calm. Authorized Hamlin employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they wish to deactivate the security lockdown protocol.
Okay, now what?
I found it! A door with 3 windows. Cross it off the list. Great work, super secret spy team. This is fun.
Flowers?
Okay, Willie, what's next?
An old sock. Gross.
Well, if it's on the list, we have to find it. Can you help us?
Yeah, I can help you.
Here it is. A smelly old sock.
P.U. Okay, what's the next thing on the list, Wooly?
A stray dog?
Do you see a nice stray doggy anywhere?
Oogie.
Look at this sweet puppy! We found him!
This scavenger hunt
Bork,
is
bork.
fun. Let's see what's next.
It's
Willie,
kind of funny
what
how
is it?
easy they made this puzzle compared to the
We're
first one of
looking for
Amanda too.
a sparking snake.
Do you
Sparking
see a
snake,
sparking
okay.
snake around here?
So the power line. I think it's this one. The thousands of Steam reviews help with that decision. Yeah.
Almost there.
Wooly's dead.
Got it.
Bro. Run!
Damn this place.
Oh, we're hiding it.
Going down, huh?
Just hold on. I can.
And years later.
Riley, take these. Holy shit, this is so hot.
Oh wait, this is Amanda too now.
Go! I'll be right behind you. I promise.
Yeah, the FPS isn't great. Oh, so we're continuing where Amanda 2 left off. We're in the sewers. Yeah, I've been playing Arc Raiders. I'm kind of addicted to it, actually. Mangled Maw. Oh, we're back here now? Is this open? What's going on? Is the access card here still? Well, wait, the fuck? Dial 91111.
91111.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Folks who work here have some pretty sweet names, if you ask me. Makes me hungry for some candy.
Hey, Barefoot on the Moon, thank you for the 14 months. Well, the access card has moved. Hawk is still here, though. This is definitely a fucking puzzle here. Actually, I don't know. Weren't these pieces used in like Amanda 2 or something that looks familiar? What the? I'm sorry, Fishy. I can't even put you back in. Well, I guess he was dead anyways. Oh, wait, the VHS is here. Where did I... Where did I leave the tape? Back outside? Oh.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly. Amanda, look at all the candy. Don't you just love candy?
Hey, Kellyanne.
Yeah, I guess. Wooly, does it seem kind of hazy in here to you?
Nope. It's another beautiful sunny day in our beautiful sunny neighborhood.
What? It's so dark and cloudy out there.
And it's even more beautiful because we're going to have a little treat. A little treat. It's good to eat. Oh, yes. We'll have a little... Ugh. Great. This guy. Well, are you going to try to eat my ear or something, you weirdo?
Wooly, stop! Something's wrong. Look at him. He's so sad. Hey, little guy. Are you feeling lost? Me too. You know what, though? I want to help you feel better. When your friend is sad, how do you cheer them up?
IDK. Yeah, but candy's 5 letters. Candies?
Oh, you must have read my mind.
Oh, I guess it's just bait. Okay. Candy was my first thought, but it was 6 letters.
Friend? Do you want to pick out a treat? You can have anything you want.
Friend, we barely know this freak.
Hey, Wooly.
Can't make up your mind? You know, I always love gym bugs. But sometimes you need to stop and think about your options. Now would be a good time to pause and step back.
It's me, Gladys Clown.
Weirdo. June bugs.
One. One. 9. 1. Folks who work here have some pretty sweet names, if you ask me.
This is like...
Makes me hungry for some candy.
I think they added a method in the game to get like a hint, basically. I think that's what this robot's for. I guess let's just keep watching.
What about you, Wooly? What's your favorite?
I'm not really in the mood for candy, Amanda.
Oh, come on, Wooly. Do you like Louisville?
Oh wait, Kara, Kathy, Louie, Blake, Willow, Sarah June? Oh yeah. What was on her desk though? The chicken, I guess? Okay, well June B is here, but not like I can do anything. No, wait, what was the other one? Louisville? Wasn't there a yeah, okay. Alright, so
Turtles, or how about walnut joys?
walnut joy. There's no WJ. Oh, Louisville. Wait, can I choose?
I'm more of an ice cream guy.
Suit yourself. Aw, he can't reach it. He's so cute.
Yeah, just adorable.
He really wants some candy. Which shelf should we help him reach?
I don't know.
No, I don't think he wants the candy on that shelf.
But alright,
He's
fine.
trying so hard. Help him, Wooly. I think he found something he likes.
Oh, Kara. We saw
Come
Kara.
on, Wooly. Help.
Okay, wait, so only one Kara, right?
him.
How, Amanda?
Why am I so
I'm not
bright?
strong
Because
enough
my
to
camera
lift him.
sucks ass and I'm in the dark.
Get on the ground.
What?
Get on the ground.
Amanda, are you serious?
Get on the ground.
I thought I was your sidekick, not a step stool. Ew, strawberry chews?
Wooly is such a hater. Wait, strawberry chews, is that? Wait, Kara's computer is on. Wait, all the computers are on. Strawberry chew. Wait, berry. Wait, these computers... Wait, what? It... Why does it only why does only fucking one work?
They're the worst. Plus, who knows where you're...
Okay, wait. So what was it first? It was yeah. It was Junebug first. And then it was Louis. And then it was Kara. And then it was Barry S. This computer is doesn't do anything for me. I guess I have to restart the entire tape. Haha, yippee.
Pa has been...
Since when did you become an annoying fucking piece of shit chatter? Oh, I don't know. Not even following.
I'll pick out my own candy, thank you very much. And I can reach it by myself. Here, how about some Jake and Blake's? Yeah! Or some cattails.
Aiken Blake. And then Cat. Wait, Cat?
Elden Ring.
Oh wait, there's Kathy, right? Oh yeah. Kathy.
Elden Ring.
Hey, Alpha Marsh, thank you for the 26 months.
Yeah. Or maybe you
Oh wait, I'm supposed to every time they show a picture of the. Okay, well I already fucked it up, but at least we know the order.
would want some mighty Samsons.
Sam's. I don't know what that is.
Wow. Feel better now?
No, yeah, actually, I kind of do.
I guess sometimes you need more than just a little treat to cheer you up.
Well, we have to do it again.
Better. When your
Go
friend is
forth, touch the demon inside me.
thugs, but sometimes
June bugs. 8.
you need to stop Joyce.
Louis V.
Stranger, stranger. Thank you.
He's
Ara. Eight, 6, 3. Barry S. 0.
Cattails.
9. Wait, I missed Blake J? Oh, well. 4, 9. 8630049. Isn't there a keypad here? Wait, this is 8 digits though. Shit. I'm pretty sure. What are the two? There's 2 that I haven't done. Willow D and Blake J. Wait, Blake. Now I'm even more confused. Wait, what the? Oh wait, there's Jake B and then there's Blake J. Oh my. I did the wrong one. Well, that's fucking awkward.
better. When you're thugs, but sometimes you need to stop and think, Joyce.
There's Almond Joys and Louis V, but Joy. Like, I don't know. I don't know where Willow D is. It's Almond Joy, and this one is not.
He really wants some candy. He's trying.
Cattails!
Better. When you. Bugs. But some joys.
I mean, it does say Walnut Joy, you're right. But that's not Willow, that's Walnut. Although, do... And even if this is Willow, how do I know which order it is? And then...
He really wants some candy. Which shelf should we help him reach? He's trying so hard. Help him, Wooly. I think he found something he likes.
They're the worst. Plus, who knows where your paw has been? Cattails! Yeah! Or maybe you would want some mighty Sam.
I mean, there's no Samson. There's a safe? I've never seen a safe before. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the filing cabinet with 4 digits on it? That's not a safe, my man. Hmm. I feel like this has to do with the 8-digit code.
Absence!
I mean, the clown is just gonna tell me to look at the names again, because that's what he told me before, and we're still in the same puzzle.
One. Folks who work here have some pretty sweet names, if you ask me. Makes me hungry for some candy.
Anyways. The code we got from the tape. What code did we get from the tape? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, I have 863049, but that doesn't help me at all. There's two numbers that need to be fit into the sequence, and I don't know how. I just have to rewatch the entire tape. See, okay, this is the thing that fucking pisses me off about this game is like, you just find yourself rewatching the tape, but the problem is a lot of the time, like they give you this option to skip forward on the tape, but then you skip forward and sometimes the skip forward doesn't take you to all the relevant pieces of information. So like, you basically just have to rewatch the entire tape again because there's some stuff that you just will miss if you use the skip function, so it's like...
Better. When your friend is... Oh, you must have read my mind. How about it, little friend? Do you want to pick out a treat? You can have anything you want.
Friend, we barely know this freak.
Can't make up your mind? You know, I always love gym bugs. But sometimes...
It doesn't make sense. Why would willow be walnut? Willow trees don't have walnut. That's a fucking walnut tree, not a goddamn willow tree.
You need to stop and think.
I mean, I guess
about
because
your
it's a tree in
options.
general,
Now
you
would
just
be a
make the
good time to
comparison.
pause and step back. What about you, Wooly? What's your favorite?
I'm not really in the mood for candy, Amanda.
Oh, come on, Wooly. Do you like Louisville turtles? Or how about walnut joys?
Louisville Turtles or Walnut Joy. Okay, so Walnut Joy has got to be the third one, in which case... Not there yet.
He really wants some candy. Which shelf? He's trying so hard.
Where was the Blake and Jakes?
Help him, Wooly. I think he found something he likes. Come on, Wooly, help him.
How, Amanda? I'm not strong enough.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
They're the worst. Plus, who knows where your paw has been? I'll pick out my own candy, thank you very much. And I can reach it by myself.
GTA 6 is fucking never coming out. I'm just gonna keep delaying it.
Here, how about some Jake and Blake?
Okay. Jake and Blake's. So Jake B and then Blake J. So okay, I think we got it.
Yeah! Cattails!
Alright. So Walnut is Willow. So we put a 2. So 86230. And then Jake. Wait a second. I think I got it. Wait, what is Blake J? 1. Wait, Jake. Blake. Okay. I think it's 862300419. Did I get the order wrong? Okay, wait. June B. June B 8. Louis V. Well, actually, wait. Weren't the... Well, is it the order that he says it? Because Louis V is 6. But then what's weird is the keypad has letters as well.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Wasn't Willow before Louis? No. I mean, it was on... If you go left to right, it is, but...
Better. When your friend is...
Ethereal, thank you for the
You
5
must
gifted
have
subs.
read my bugs, but some joys.
Like she says the almond joys. Yeah, I know joy is capitalized, but there's no joy here. Can you pause and go back the order on those? I have no idea what that means. There's only one person that has a last name ending in J, chat, and she literally says Jake and Blake's. There's a Jake, and there is a fucking Blake. She says Jake and Blake's though, not Blake and Jake's. Or, I don't know. I'm pretty sure, see now somebody in chat's making me confused, but I'm almost certain.
They're the worst. Plus, who knows where your paw has been? I'll pick out my own candy, thank you very much. And I can reach it by myself. Here, how about some Jake and Blake's? Yeah! Or some cattails.
I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure we have it correct. 8, June Bug, Louis V, 6, Walnut J, I guess Willow. See, that's the only this whole Walnut Joy, Almond Joy thing with the Willow. I feel like that's wrong, but it can't be anything else, or at least. And Kara M is 3. Barry S is 0. Jake B is 4. Blake J is 1. Kathy T is 9. Swapping Willow and Louie, but there's. I mean, one of the candies is literally called Louisville. We're not okay. Oh my god, I'm already like feeling like I want to flush this fucking game with everybody in chat like trying to backseat when they have no idea what's going on. The clown is not used for a puzzle. This clown is used to assist you. You type 9111. See, it says need help. Dial 91111. In case of emergency, you press it, and then he gives you a hint. Folks here who have some pretty sweet names. You need to use the names for the puzzle. Clearly, the names in relation to the candy. And assuming, I assume it's the order of the candy, but clearly that's not correct because it's not working. Or I somehow that thing looking at me? Somehow I missed or mixed up one of these, but I mean, I don't know what could be wrong. That's the issue where like everything is so on the nose. Everything is so on the nose except for the how many? Okay, wait, hold on. Maybe.
Hi.
86309. Okay, I'll try it on the clown.
630. That's it, kid. Now the only thing between you and your ice-cold prize is Kathy, then Barry, then Kara, then Lewis. Go get 'em!
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious right now?
I'm better when your friend is sad. Thugs, but Joyce. He's
They're the worst. Cattails.
Yeah, I mean, there were only 5. Yeah, I guess it's just a red herring and it's just meant to fucking troll you. That is so, like... That's so dirty because they put 8 computers and then they put an 8-digit PIN code, but at the same time, I feel like the main giveaway that it might not be this is the fact that there's letters. There's lettering on this, I guess. But...
Eight, 6, 3, 0. That's it, kid. Now the only thing between you and your ice-cold
Ice
prize
cold.
is Kathy, then
Kathy, Barry, Cara...
Barry, then Kara,
Then Louis. Okay, so this is the code for the filing cabinet.
Lewis. Go get 'em!
Also, you can go in there now, but I think we can get the filing cabinet. Kathy. I mean, I have the numbers. Okay, wait. So Kathy is 9. Barry is 0. Cara is 3. Wait, so 9, 9, 0, 3, 6. Wait, did I get it wrong? Kathy is 9. Barry is 0. 9, 0. 3, 6. But that's what I tried, right? Okay, well, you fucking stupid ass clown. God damn. He's... Ice cold. Milk? Lauren Matthews, Carla Aldeli. I can't open the... Oh. Oh. Alright, this is where we use the code. Aha. Okay, dude, if that didn't work, I was about to fucking freak out. Okay. Okay.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly. So is he just going to be here all the time now, or?
You're silly.
Only 2
I
FPS.
just love the amusement park. Amanda, do you remember all the times we've ridden roller coasters and bumper cars together? Remember? Just you and me?
Yeah, Wooly. But I think there were other times I was here with someone tall. I wish I could remember. I can almost see his face. Oh, you know what? I do remember my favorite way to start a trip to the amusement park. The
popcorn
carousel.
stand. We always get a box of popcorn as soon as we get here, remember?
I don't know, Wooly. I think I went to the carousel first when I was here with the tall man.
Come on,
Carousel.
Amanda. Let's go.
No, wait, Wooly. I need to pause and think about this. Maybe you can help? Should we go to the carousel or the popcorn stand?
Let's go get some popcorn.
Are you sure you don't want to go ride a ride first?
Why'd you even ask?
Something just doesn't feel right. I need some time to think.
One.
One.
Yeesh, those three sound bored. Hard to pin down what's ailing them, but maybe you can string together a happy ending for them.
In string. Oh, wait, here's the one. What is this showing? Right click? Hmm.
Maybe... No, I think we started the day somewhere else.
Amanda, if you're feeling uncertain, I can tell you where to go.
No, I want to figure this out. Wow, you're really no help at all.
Let's go get some popcorn.
Okay, she... What?
Are you sure you don't want to go ride?
Amanda, you
Something
motherfucker.
just doesn't feel right.
What do you mean? She's like, oh, I want to, oh, you don't want to ride the ride? And then I click the ride and she's like, no, what do you, fucking, fuck you, Amanda. You bitch. You're bad at this game? Fuck you. And moldy sandwich. Pizza. Okay. All right. Well, okay. Let's. All right. Hold on. What did the clown say?
One.
He said string and pin. Those three sound bored. Hard to pin.
Hard to pin
Pin.
down what's ailing them, but maybe you
Bored pin string.
string together a happy ending for them.
Bored. Creepy, seemingly obsessed with horses.
Ah, an awesome choice, stranger.
Okay.
Maybe you can help? Should we go to the carousel or the popcorn stand?
Carousel.
No, I think we started the.
What do you mean,
somewhere
Amanda? You're fucking pissing me off, lady. Oh. Oh. The story hasn't been written yet. Okay. Okay. Okay, so she always has to choose. Are there any more storyboards around? That it? Okay. Let's see.
Amanda, if you're feeling uncertain...
Wow.
Let's go get some...
Something just doesn't...
Maybe I need to reset the tape now that I placed this. Or maybe...
Maybe you... No, I
You mean you started the day somewhere else? Oh wait, I chose... Oh shit.
think we started the day somewhere...
God dang it. String? You actually think I need to, like, link them somehow? No shot, dude. Oh. 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 I'm dumb. That's what the right click is for. Oh my god, I'm so dumb, dude. Okay, well, wait, so... Okay, it's just one or the other. Alright, let's do the popcorn.
Let's go get some popcorn!
Are you sure you don't want to go...
Amanda, I swear to fucking...
Something just doesn't...
What do you mean it doesn't feel right?
Think.
God, I hate you. I fucking hate you. Okay, fine. We'll fucking ride the carousel first, then.
Maybe you can help... I can't wait to ride on my favorite carousel horse. I love the carousel. What's your favorite animal on the carousel?
They do have names. E2, S2B, this is S2A. But it can't... okay, well, let's see. Chicken.
That's my favorite carousel animal too. They're so funny. A long time ago, I rode on a carousel with someone. We laughed a lot while it went round and round. I can't remember who it was.
Probably me, your best friend.
Someone took me to the amusement park, and we played all day. I remember.
The carousel is fun and everything, but we always start at the popcorn stand, and now our whole day is screwed up. I don't even know what to do next.
I think I won a purple elephant after that. I wonder what happened to that elephant.
Purple elephant.
I threw a ball really hard and I won.
Well, I guess if you want to play a game, we can. Which game do you want to play?
Purple elephant. Oh, there's just... oh, these just spawned out of thin air. Oh, that's... Carefully aims to knock down the bottles. CS takes his approach. Winds up to get a high score in whack-a-mole. Amanda tosses a ring. I mean, I guess the... oh, now I can link them together. I mean, I assume the high score in whack-a-mole is probably what's going to get her the... wait, what does it look like? There's like a hammer? It's the hammer.
Whack-a-mole! That's always fun. I bet I can beat your score this time.
What are you talking about, Wooly? I've never played that game in my life.
What?
Just leave me alone.
Amanda, you... pissing me off, Amanda. You said what she did for it? She did say she threw a ball. You're right. Alright, it's gotta be that one then. I have no attention. Shut the hell up, man.
Maybe you can... carousel. Okay.
I don't think it even matters what you type there. Okay, wait. The ball... hold on. Which one is the ball toss? Oh.
Yes, I threw a ball and knocked down milk bottles. Let's go.
Doesn't look like
okay.
anybody has played this game in a long time, Amanda. I think you were
that
wrong
elephant
about
doesn't really
being
look
here.
like purple, but...
Maybe we should go do something else.
No, I'm sure it was this game. See? There's the elephant I won.
You won that crummy old thing? Why would you even want that?
I don't know. I know I played this game, and someone reached up and pulled down a purple elephant, and it was my favorite toy back at my house.
We don't have any toys like that at the house.
No, at my other house.
Your other house?
Hey, let's go have some fun. Come on, I'll race you to the rides.
Alright, Amanda, we get it. You're rich.
Oh, I remember a ride. I went high up in the air, and then down, down, down really fast.
High up in the air, down, down, down
like
really
I was
fast.
flying. At first, I didn't want to get on the ride. but I remember someone telling me that I didn't need to be afraid. When I got on, I was so nervous that I thought I was going to cry. But by the time the ride was over, I was laughing and laughing, and he gave me a hug and told me that I was so brave for trying something new.
It was probably me, your best friend.
I don't think it was you, Wooly. It was someone else. Someone I really cared about.
You don't care about me?
Not what she
Someone
said.
I really miss, I think. You miss someone too, don't you? Maybe going on the ride I remember will cheer us up. I don't remember which one it was, though. Can you help me remember which ride I went on?
She said she went up really high. I mean, it's gotta be a I don't know. It's either the roller coaster. Wait, Wooly is down. Wooly is down. It's gotta be this one, right? Because she's on the Ferris wheel with somebody else. I mean, but okay, wait. Yeah, I know that the Ferris wheel doesn't go down fast, but didn't she specifically say? I don't know. I'm already mixing it up, dude. My fucking memory is so bad. I thought she said that she wasn't on the ride with Wooly, or was she saying that it wasn't Wooly that she missed? I guess I'm misinterpreting it. I don't. I think we got it. Something happened. Storyboard's gone. I have a blender. Does the blender actually work? Oh, there's a... Oh? Oh? The button. Light bulb. There's something I'm missing here. There's a tape in the top left and an access card in the top right. Wait, is the access card back now? Is that what it's telling me? Roller coaster ride? No. The tape from before. Unless it's... Wait, what is... I can't tell what it says on the tape. Yeah, it did say that I need to use it here.
A long time ago, a tall man and a little girl went to an amusement park. He lifted the little girl onto a carousel animal and stood next to her as she went round and round. The little girl smiled and laughed. After they rode the carousel, they played games together. The man said it was funny when she stuck her tongue out to concentrate on throwing a ball to make the milk bottles fall down. Maybe she looked funny, but she still won. After that, the man told the little girl that she was tall enough to ride on the roller coaster now. At first, the little girl didn't want to go. It looked too high up and too scary. But the man told her that being scared can be fun, and that we don't know what we can do until we try. The little girl decided she could be brave. She got on the ride and held her breath while the car climbed up and up and up. Suddenly, it was racing down, down, down. It went so fast, she felt like her tummy had butterflies in it. The little girl had never felt like that before. She laughed and laughed. When the ride was over, the man hugged her and said he was so proud of how brave she was. And then the little girl thought that she could do just about anything. Because her daddy said she could.
Seven 5820. Okay. Healthy food helps us grow. I guess we can put... Okay, wait. 75820. We should probably use that on the clown.
7, 5, 8, 2, 0.
Hey Barry, it's Kara here. I got your message about the video archive. I'm trying to remember what the code for that folder box was. I thought I'd written them all down for you before I left. If my little trivia brain is correct, that one was the year and month that the keyboardist from was born. So, 43-7. If that's not it, you know how to reach me though. Any word on further layoffs? I heard the initial sweep had something to do with the Colton family. Hard to know for sure. We should catch up sometime when you're free. Anyway, keep following the fun, buddy. Alright, bye.
Two tapes now.
Hi, friends. I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly. Hey, Amanda, can I have it?
How about if I call you Chicken Scratch?
Amanda, can I have a chef
Today, we're in a very important place in the house. It's where you get everything your tummy needs to help you grow up big and strong. We're here because I'm teaching my friend all about the healthy habits we can start when we're little.
But I already know all that stuff, Amanda.
Not you, silly. My new friend.
Oh, well, maybe I can help teach him?
Sure, I guess. But wouldn't you know it, I just ran out of chef hats.
That's okay. Okay. First up, there are 4 food groups. A milk group, a meat group, a vegetable and fruit group.
Milk, meat, veggie, fruit. I'm gonna write this down. Probably relevant. I don't know.
And a bread and cereal group.
Bread and...
You want to make sure you eat plenty from each group. Well, except the milk group. That one's bad for you, so stay away.
Oh shit, I typed it.
You can't stop now. You need to finish your plate.
You want to be in the Clean Plate Club, don't you? Don't you think he should finish his food?
Yeah.
Clean Plate Club! 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 Good job, little guy. Being in the Clean Plate Club is the best way to build a healthy relationship with food. But Wooly, your food groups sound really old-fashioned. What are you, an old man? Everybody knows that foods are mostly divided by colors.
Amanda, you're
There's
fucking
the
crazy.
pink food group, the blue food group.
Here she fucking goes.
The green food group. Oh yeah, and the dessert food group.
Amanda.
That's not a fucking color. What the fuck, Amanda?
Groups aren't divided by color. What about the meats, the vegetables, the milk group?
You should be eating a healthy mix of pink and blue foods every day. And sometimes fish.
Don't forget the milk group. You can have a little bit of milk at every meal.
Come
I
on
thought you
now.
said accept milk. What is happening?
The biggest rule about healthy eating is that you can't get up until you've finished all your food. Well, you're going to sit there until you're done, mister.
Like, Wooly said milk, meat, veggie, fruit, bread, cereal, except milk, and then she said pink, blue, green dessert, sometimes fish. What does any of this mean? Maybe the fridge. Wait. What up? Oh, God. What? I didn't get to pause, man. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Like 6:25.
See what happens when you don't clean your plate?
Hey, it's time for lunch. Let's make a healthy meal.
For a healthy lunch, your plate should be about half box food and a quarter round food. The rest of your plate should be a mix of fish and grains.
Dude, what is she fucking talking about? And as much milk. What is even fucking happening, bro? I'm writing down all this shit and it's like, what in the world?
It makes you strong.
Of course, You can add whatever seasonings you want to your food. What seasoning should we use?
I don't know.
Don't you want your milk? The milk group is the most important food group.
Dude, Wooly, what are you what are these contradictions, man? He's like,
Come on, little guy.
accept milk. Milk is bad. And now he's like, fucking drink the milk.
Try. Go ahead and try it. Try it.
Hey, stop it!
I'm just trying to teach him to take care of himself.
Maybe he's trying to like poison him with the milk or
Well,
something?
I don't like it.
He has to listen.
You're being a big bully. Leave him alone! You're not the boss around here.
What if none of that stuff needed to be written down? It's just completely irrelevant. All right, 77301.
7, 3, 0, 1.
Dear members of the curtain, the following is a collection of observations. We hope that they will prove useful in addressing the increasingly lethal presence. In Amelier's first appearance, there have been a number of injuries and deaths on the team, and revealed increased unpredictability in the Colton assets' reality as Amanda. Numerous incident reports, off-script, and even directly threatening person. Melvin's stewardship continues to have an overall calming effect, markedly diminished. What must be done to curb her behavior, stabilize the connection. After examining security footage, I've noted a pattern. Often, these episodes frequently lethal, precursed by a perceived threat to any recording containing the animated Amanda character. I have hypothesized physical destruction of the tapes weaken the Colton assets linked to the anomaly, subdue her ability to surface responses to external stimuli, something that should never have been possible. Only way to maintain control over the Colton asset, bringing the anomaly to heel. Testing my theories, intentional harm to the tapes, invoking the anger of the anomaly. I, however, am willing to unwavering dedication to the organization, perhaps, if I may humbly suggest, even one of higher responsibility, and ever in the shadow of the unseen, your humble witness, PR 213.
ER 213? No, I don't think this is relevant, but... Oh, there's no P on this. A, B, C, F, G, H, R, S, T, Z. There's also this access code. Okay, well let's watch the orange tape, I guess.
This footage is submitted for evidence in the audit of the security breach occurring at approximately 16:25 today, April 8th, 2003, and the events the breach appears to have catalyzed. The footage has been unaltered from the original security rotation of cameras in Area A of the NT sector. This is the first sighting of subject SC-96. The absence of security personnel, HP-701, is noted for further investigation. Security personnel HP-653 is identified at his assigned post. There were no reports via radio of SC-96's breach. PR-362 is positively identified en route to a shift change. Two members of the SIO regulatory team codes PR-213 and 187 in their assigned lab. Nutrition lead NU-418 on a scheduled progress update with Mr. Wakefield. Clearances are confirmed. SIO regulatory team member PR-362 reported nothing of note as SC-96 moves behind her. SIO Regulatory Lead PR-734, escorting subject XF582KP02 to Pediatric Lab Number 5 for an mnemotocognitive diagnostic. All requirements of the scheduled shift change are confirmed to have been fulfilled.
Elden Ring. Oh.
Both individuals confirmed as having 24/7 access to all areas in the facility and will not be questioned. Still unseen by any security personnel, subject SC-96 is seen here entering his daughter's room. Containment Specialist CS-226 identified making a routine deposit of biomaterials to chamber NT-A3RA-002. The shift change of PR-187, replaced by PR-362, is completed without incident. Localized aggressive tremors are observed here. Preliminary investigation suggests this is the moment of inception for the Colton anomaly. Security personnel HP-653 has been cleared for the abandonment of his designated post. His response to the tremors is deemed appropriate. Inhabitants of the farther areas of the NT sector reported no observation of the tremors that occurred at approximately 1625.
Is Amanda an SCP? Kind of, yeah. Seems like it. The Colton anomaly.
Further investigation of this first sighting of the anomaly is necessary to understanding its characteristics and movement patterns. Reports of disturbing noises in the ceiling followed the incident. Follow-up on these reports is ongoing. Respondents confirmed SC-96's injuries were fatal. Preliminary theories point to an energy surge that overloaded the Colton asset's neuropsychic system and discharged in the form of the anomaly. Understanding of the incident is limited due to the lack of direct witnesses and the Colton asset's induced unresponsive state. Attempts to capture the anomaly are postponed until further understanding can be obtained. This concludes the security audit.
What does the clown have to say?
One. Those rats are the poster children of being picky with their food.
There's a rat poster right here. Wait, what is this? Oh. Okay, there's something we gotta do here. Can I actually put the food? Wop. Okay, what do they want? There's a crab in there. You want the fish? Flop. I think we need to rewatch the tape, guys. Oh, you can actually use it now. Ah, okay, here we go. Wait. I mean, pink is the first... But I can't... I can't... I guess I need to put something else in? But I can't put the blender back. Oh, okay. But wait, now the smoothie's gone, though. Does it reset? Oh, it does. Okay, cool. Okay, they want... Okay, so we have the colors, which is pink, blue, green, dessert. But then we also have the ones from Wooly, which is milk, meat, veggie, fruit, bread, cereal, except milk. I mean, they said they want slop, so maybe a combination of all of it. So first off, let's try the colors. So pink. See, I'm not sure what qualifies as blue. Is it the mold or is it the plate? The plate. I mean, the plate is not what they're. I guess this and probably the mold. Green. I guess the ice cream. And then, well, wait, no. What is this? It says... The thing is, it's pink, blue, green, dessert. Sometimes fish. So, pink... Maybe this is the greens, and then the dessert is... No, I can't put that in. Okay. Sometimes fish? Alright, I don't know. Maybe this is good. You fuckers. Well. Pink. Blue. Green. The thing is, you can only put 3 items in there. Maybe this... I feel like the sandwich is wrong. Maybe somehow that's actually the blue. Which would make no fucking sense, but... Oh. Maybe the milk is blue? But, I mean, I think you guys are taking the whole slop thing too literally. Because, like, I think by slop it just means a combination of foods, right? That's what slop means, not, like, the gross foods. I mean, that's all subjective anyways. Obviously, the moldy sandwich is fucking gross, but...
should finish his food? Clean plate.
The milk group.
You should be eating a healthy mix of pink and blue foods every day. And sometimes fish.
I mean, didn't I try pink, blue, and sometimes fish? Like, I'm pretty sure I did. Oh. Wait, the green one didn't like it, though. Okay, so the green one likes... Maybe you can put 4 items in there? Pink.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
I thought I... Okay, wait. Maybe pink... Maybe the sandwich and then the veggies? But I thought I tried that. Oh. Woohoo! Okay. They're happy. Now what? Maybe we go back to the tape now? Yes.
For a healthy lunch, your plate should be about to your food. What seasoning should we use? Is it good?
Don't you want your milk? The milk group is the most important food group.
Up here is cheese, fish. That milk? Wait, is there more now? Cheese, fish, veggie, milk? Oh. Cheese. Fish. But I can't put a 4th one in. None of them want it. Okay. Okay, who likes the cheese? Okay, I guess it doesn't work like that. Cheese. Fish. Ice cream, maybe? I guess milk counts as cheese. It's like a double, so that probably makes more sense. Cheese, fish. I don't know what that other thing is, though. It's just, it looks like green. Is that like pickles or something? Cucumbers? Unless, am I back at the start?
Come on, little guy.
Does this thing reset every time? Well, what was the first one? Fish. Already forgetting. The veggies?
Don't you think he should finish his food? Clean plate,
The milk group.
You should be eating a healthy mix of pink and blue
That hasn't changed yet.
foods every day.
Here we go. So now this is ice cream veggie fish. Ice cream veggie fish. Not quite. The red and the purple ate, but the green and the blue didn't. But the blue... Wait, oh, you can see up here this is like cookies, and this is the pink milkshake. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me do this again. Hold on. I need to see which ones are which. Veggie. Fish. Okay, the red and the purple didn't eat. Okay, so they don't like that then. But the other ones do. Okay, so somehow it needs to be... Okay, wait. Maybe the pink. And then... the dessert. And it can't be veggies, ice cream, or fish. The burger. Okay.
For a healthy lunch, your plate should be about half of your food.
Okay. So it cannot be any of these. So we have to satisfy the conditions without using these. I'm not sure what the square is, though. Is that supposed to be the milk? I guess? Or I don't know. I don't think we can ever use milk. Is the thing. So there's... shape of the food. Yeah. I think we still put the cake in. I mean, that's five items that I can't use. There's only 10 total in here, so we can't use the milk, the fish, the veggie, the cheese, or the ice cream. And no square foods, which means the milk. So, I mean, it has to be the pink, the cake. Is it the same as... Is it just this... Is it the same that I... Isn't this what I just did? Oh. Ew. Was that not the same solution twice in a row? Am I crazy? You didn't use the cake? I thought I did, no? Huh? I guess we gotta take it to the... Oh, right, there's a tape in there.
What seasoning should we use? Is it good?
Okay. Oh, you know what I just thought of though? I guess there's actually two options for the fish probably. Because you could either use the actual fish or you could use the fish on the rice.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly. Amanda, isn't this a beautiful day? I just love the beach.
It is really pretty out here.
It helps us forget all of our troubles, doesn't it? Well, almost all of our troubles.
We've never gone to the beach before, have we, Wooly?
Nope. This is a brand new adventure.
Then why does it feel so familiar? I feel like I've been here.
You know what you need, Amanda? A mango smoothie. Let me get you one, if that's okay.
Sounds nice.
Wait, I have been to the beach, and I had a smoothie, but it wasn't mango. Why can't I remember?
Remembering things is overrated. Why live in the past?
Just stop, Wooly. It's important. I need to think. I know I had a smoothie, and it was yellow, like mango, but it didn't taste like that. It was sweet, but it was also tangy. Why can't I remember what it was?
Hey, maybe you can make Amanda a nice, sweet mango smoothie to help her feel better.
Ah. Okay. It was sweet and tangy. But it wasn't mango, banana, pineapple? Wait. Where the fuck did the knife go? Wait. Where you left it? Yeah, but I thought that it would have reset because the balloons reset. Conch shell? Can we put the chicken in the blender? But how do we give this to Amanda anyways? But maybe there's somewhere we can interact? Oh wait, smoothie recipe for maximum focus. Milk, banana, fruit of choice. Maximum focus. I don't even know how to give it to her in the first place, chat. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Chill. Do I like fucking put it in the screen?
Ooh.
Oh, she's not gonna like this.
Delicious. Amanda, don't you want some?
You know, it's funny though, because I was like, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, I don't.
Let's see what
want
happens.
It. Get it out of my face.
I guess you better take that away.
This is making my head hurt. Everyone go away. I need to think. I know.
There more?
That's it. How did you know? I remember. I had a friend with me. She loved pineapple. I can almost see who I was with. The sun is so bright. That day the sun was really bright too.
If the sun is too bright, we can block it with an umbrella.
No, Wooly. I had something else that helped me see better. It was... I don't know what it was.
I mean, to see better? What, glasses?
Maybe you can go get an umbrella so we can sit in the shade a while.
Welcome to the game 3 soon. Is there a release date for the game, or are you just saying that because you feel like it? Because as far as I know, there's not even a release date for the game, so it's not really that soon, but... No family photos. I'm very excited for Welcome to Game 3, though. Oh, wait. Can I, like, take these glasses or something? Oh, there's an umbrella right here. Okay. Take it! Oh. I just...
That will work
exited too early.
You never listened to me. I told you I don't want an umbrella.
I'm just trying to help.
It's too late anyway. The sun is hurting my eyes.
Dude, chat, you motherfuckers. You're pissing me off just as much as Amanda, you motherfuckers. I know she doesn't want the fucking umbrella, but they can't grab the sunglasses. Can I fucking take a hat? Dude, the statues, they don't have anything. Can I use the knife to, like, pry them off or something? There's a light bulb. But I don't see how that's gonna help us. You want a light bulb? Oh, of course. That makes sense. Yeah, just the light just makes the glasses become real. Of course. Why not? I mean, to be fair, there is a missing light, but... Okay.
Ew, that looks disgusting.
There is a missing light, and there's a light bulb, so... Wait, what? Wait, what did she just... What did she say? It's disgusting? Oh, I didn't do the smoothie? Oh. God. But the glasses are gone now, though. Oh, they're on the ground.
Bella.
No, it was.
Maybe.
Aha!
How do I look? Have you ever worn matching outfits with a friend? I have. I think.
If they brought us 2 pairs, we could match. But nobody brought me anything.
Alright, do you want your umbrella? Oh, he brought him a conch shell.
Thanks.
Okay, wait, we've found that before.
After we put on our sunglasses, I think we went down to the water's edge. We saw a silly creature and it made us laugh. It walked so funny.
Amanda, are you remembering the time we saw that funny fish? It just swam around in circles over and over. Gloop, 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 gloop. That was a good time. We laughed so much.
I don't know. Maybe that's it? Can you try to find the creature I remember seeing?
Okay, it's not the fish, because what fucking Wally, this goddamn guy is always wrong. It's never what he wants. It's what Amanda wants. It's always what Amanda wants. I can't take the crab out, though. Maybe I need to give him the shell. Oh. Oh, that's cute. All right, well, can I take him now? Or how do I get him out? Oh. Oh. Okay.
A crab! Yes! Look at how funny he moves.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Wait. What? The streamer hates everyone. No, just you. Just you.
Once there was a little girl who knew a lot of people who loved her. She lived with her daddy and she had a best friend. Not a fake best friend who looked like a funny animal, but a real best friend. A little girl. Just like her. They had so much fun together. One day, the girl's daddy took the two best friends to the beach. They wore matching bathing suits and shared a pineapple smoothie, and it was tangy and tasted like sunshine. They bought matching sunglasses on the boardwalk and put them on and ran down to the water. They jumped into the waves and looked for seashells. A little crab walked across their toes, and the little girl and her friend laughed at his funny little walk. They walked like crabs all the way back up to their beach towel. It was one of the best days of the little girl's life.
Okay. Got the card. Scavenger hunt. That was the one I was watching.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly.
Today, we're on a super secret spy scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list. Come on, let's go!
I know what you've been doing out there. And it's not going to...
Lily, let's play!
You can't change anything. Coming, Amanda!
Are you ready to start the hunt? Whoever finds everything wins a prize.
The first thing on our list is a purple fire hydrant.
Do you see a purple fire hydrant?
Security lockdown protocol initiated. Authorized Hamlet employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they wish to deactivate the security lockdown protocol.
Good job! I see it over there. Willie, check the purple fire hydrant off our list.
I guess we're gonna do the puzzle from before. Wait, this guy wasn't here last time.
Hi, little guy. Do you want to play?
He's pointing at the sun.
Super secret spy scavenger hunt. We already found the first thing on the list, but you can help us find the rest.
The next thing on the list is a door with 3 windows.
Can you help us find a
I'm pretty
door
sure
with
Wally.
3 windows?
Sorry, keep calling him fucking Wally. I think Wooly is trolling me, and the rat's actually trying to help us do this correctly. Because I think there's a tree, isn't there? I think it's the tree.
I found it! A door with 3 windows. Crossed it off the list. Great work, super secret spy team. This is fun.
Pointing at the building.
Wow. So glad we invited him to join the game.
Oh, Wooly, don't be a sourpuss. He's trying his best. He just doesn't understand the game. You are doing such a good job. Okay, Wooly, what's next?
An old sock.
Not the sock, the house. Didn't wait 2 seconds.
Well, if it's on the list, we have to find it. Can you help us?
House.
Here it is. A smelly old sock.
P.U.
Tree? Or garbage? Wait, which one are you pointing at? We already did tree, so I guess it's garbage.
A stray dog?
Tree and garbage?
Would you think a trash can is a dog?
Do you see a nice stray doggy anywhere?
Oh, it's cut. I can't.
Look at this sweet puppy! We found him!
This scavenger hunt is fun. Let's see what's next. You don't even know what we're looking for yet. Do you have to be so annoying?
Who's he pointing at? Wooly?
Come on, sweet little guy.
Is he pointing at the
You can help us
flowers?
find the next one. Lily, what is it?
We're looking for a sparking snake. Amanda, seriously, why is he here?
He's all alone, Wooly. I think he needs us.
Well, all you need is me. Your best friend is me. Wooly, not some weird, slobbering...
I think you're doing great, and I'm having fun playing with you. Do you see a sparking snake around here?
That looks like a cloud. I don't know. I guess that's the bush. I think we got it right.
Aw, you're sweet. What's gotten into you?
Shit, we did it. GG. I very much doubt it. Cool that we're in an... Did that tape just go like flying? Wasn't there a tape on the ground?
Over the centuries, those creatures have been treated. Nourishing, still alive.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly! Amanda, it's so nice to be playing here with you, my very best friend.
Yeah, Willie. It's just you and me, I guess.
Let's have a fancy party to celebrate.
What exactly are we celebrating?
Oh, there are lots of reasons to have parties. What's something you celebrated with a party? I wish someone would throw me a birthday party sometime.
Willie, no matter what you're celebrating, you can't have a party with just 2 people.
Why
It
not?
would be nice to have another friend around.
Amanda, we have all the friends we need right here. Sweet Pen Swallow, would you be so kind as to attend our party?
Hey,
Oh,
Casper.
my dear McIntyre, I would be delighted.
Maggie, would you like to go to a fancy party? Well, Maggie, you're all grown up now. And sometimes you have to do things just for other people, even if what they want isn't right for you. Maggie is a very successful grown-up. She has a job as a doctor, she does surgeries on children, she cuts them open, and if they're very brave and don't scream, she helps them go to sleep.
Amanda, can we pick another doll for the party? That one is all messy anyway.
Sometimes I think about what I might be like as a grown-up. What do you want to be if you grow up? Do you really think you're cut out for that? Grown-ups go to fancy parties all the time, and everyone drinks sparkly water and laughs, just like on Jasper's Harbor.
Just kidding.
Poor Sloane. She could never get Jasper to notice her. When you go to a fancy party, you have to look your best so people notice you and like you. Maggie, you could be so pretty if you tried. I know what you need. A makeover. Let's start with your clothes. You'll stun everyone with your new look. You'd be so cute if you would smile. And you definitely need to put on your face. Let's start with some lipstick. Where should the lipstick go?
On the nose.
That's a silly place to put lipstick. Try again. This color is going to look so good. That's
Hold on, I gotta get some water, chat. I'll be right back. Short break. All right, I'm back.
Better. Willie, come look at how pretty Maggie looks. She's a whole new person.
I can see her fine from here. You're right! She's so pretty!
She needs eyeshadow.
Excited for Keeper? Is that a movie or something?
Maggie, it
I've
doesn't
never heard
matter
of
what
that.
you want. This is your life-changing makeover. Okay, hold still, Maggie. Where do we put the eyeshadow?
On the eyes? Wait, what about these eyes?
Yes, good work. Willie, look.
I'm okay over here, Amanda.
Come look.
Okay.
What is going on with you?
How's the game so far? I like it more than the second one so far.
Myself, okay?
It must be so fun being a grown-up.
Being a grown-up isn't all it's cracked up to be, Amanda.
Well, it depends on what you decided to do with your life, doesn't it? You know what? Maybe you don't have to do what other people want. If I were a grown-up, I would do whatever I wanted to do. I wouldn't let anybody tell me what to do or trick me. I wouldn't let anybody hurt me. If I were a grown-up, I would cut my hair however I want. I cut it just like when Sloan cut her hair in the school bathroom on Jasper's Harbor. Everyone was so surprised. She looked so sophisticated. Maggie, it's time for the last step in your makeover. What should I use to cut Maggie's hair?
Scissors?
She's going to really shake things up at this party. She's so pretty. And look, she's grinning ear to ear now.
Oh, God.
See, Maggie? I knew this is what you wanted all along. Come on, Willie. We have to set up for the party.
Wait for me, Amanda.
Was that Wooly in the mirror? Oh my God. 66704.
Phase 3 Preliminary Report on Project Shepherd, October 10th, 2003. We are pleased to report that our attempts to recreate a stable, trainable facsimile of the Colton anomaly may be turning a meaningful corner. While the personnel cost has been slightly higher than we expected, we have generated a specimen that appears to be intensely focused on destruction of any tapes connected with the Colton asset, namely those tapes that contain recordings of the animated avatar of the asset. We speculate that this focus may extend to the anomaly, though further testing will be helpful if such testing is possible. We have selected the name Shepherd for this iteration of the project. Given its viability, we have built a specialized enclosure where Shepherd currently resides. This enclosure's proximity to Kensdale's water treatment infrastructure may prove useful in facilitating Shepherd's movement in the local community without drawing unwanted attention. We intend to continually evaluate the integrity of the enclosure, which already shows some signs of damage. While further biochemical adjustments are required to optimize its effectiveness in neutralizing the threat of the anomaly, we believe this experiment is ready for its first field test this quarter. With the progress we've observed, we believe Shepherd's presence will make the Media Reclamation Initiative safe to resume by year's end.
I need to listen to that again.
Phase 3 Preliminary Report on Project Shepherd, October 10th, 2003. We are pleased to report that our attempts to recreate a stable, trainable facsimile of the Colton anomaly may be turning a meaningful corner. While the personnel cost has been slightly higher than we expected, we have generated a specimen that appears to be intensely focused on destruction of any tapes connected with the Colton asset, namely those tapes that contain recordings of the animated avatar of the asset. We speculate that this focus may extend to the anomaly, though further testing will be helpful if such testing is possible. We have selected the name Shepherd for this iteration of the project. Given its viability, we have built a specialized enclosure where Shepherd currently resides. This enclosure's proximity to Kensdale's water treatment infrastructure may prove useful in facilitating Shepherd's movement in the local community without drawing unwanted attention. We intend to continually evaluate the integrity of the enclosure, which already shows some signs of damage. While further biochemical adjustments are required to optimize its effectiveness in neutralizing the threat of the anomaly, we believe this experiment is ready for its first field test this quarter. With the progress we've observed, we believe Shepherd's presence will make the Media Reclamation Initiative safe to resume by year's end.
This footage is submitted for evidence in the...
The one I watched before. Oh.
This footage is submitted for evidence in the audit of the security breach occurring at approximately 16:25 today, April 8th, 2003.
$16.25. I don't think this orange tape is... Well, I don't know. If the orange tape wasn't relevant, maybe they wouldn't give it to me again. Maybe there's something here.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly! Please. What's something you celebrated with a party? See? You can celebrate just about anything!
Wooly, no matter what you're celebrating, you can't have a party with just two people. Sometimes I think about what I... Do you really think you're... Lipstick! Where should the lipstick go? This color... Where do we put the eyeshadow? Yes! Good work! Caleb. Maggie... I don't think we can cut any... Should I just do it? What can we use?
That got broken.
She's going to really shake things up at this party. She's so pretty. And look, she's grinning ear...
I need a hint.
1, 1, 1, 1. They say a friend's eye is a good mirror. And something tells me the ones in the hall are gonna be your best buddies here. Just don't stare at them too long. Nobody likes a creep, kid.
I guess in the...
My name is Glomato!
Because the thing is, at the end of the tape, Wooly sees himself in the mirror. But I'm not sure how. Wait, are we just supposed to match the symbols? Oh shoot, we are. A puzzle that's not actually just completely convoluted. Insane.
We are born of nothing. Before our birth, there was a great people. This is our gift. Over the centuries, those
Though I don't see any other candles. I guess this is this? We're missing one though. Unless it's, like, is it in the darkness? Did I throw one, like, in the corner and I can't see it anymore?
untethered by its limitation. But our children need guidance, so we shall guide them, darkening the road ahead of them so they may escape the rigid
An access card.
take us all,
Never grew up.
so that we may return to our unchanged truth. What is now?
61318? Maybe the ID card number?
6, 1, 3, 1, 8. Marcus. M-A-R-C-U-S. Haven't heard that name in a while. He was a bad boy, wasn't he? I wonder if he's happy with what he's become now that he's all grown up.
Is alive. Darkness is not becoming the truth. It's our very origin. We are born. We are born of nothing. Before our birth, there was a great before. This is the truth. Over the centuries, those who see the truth have nurtured this stuff. Nourishing those eyes, subjugate the light, those foolishly worship. This time has come. And it is the truth. Born out of nothing. The children who remain innocent and wait, who will deliver our hope to the world. Child of man, unspoiled by Absolute truth will take hold of the soul, untethered by its limitation. But our children need guidance, so we shall guide them, darkening the road ahead of them so they may escape the rigid path of the light. Take us all.
I've already watched the orange tape though.
We have tarnished this gift by darkness. The lie.
What's something you celebrate?
Sometimes. Do you really? Lipstick! Where should.
Okay, what about now? Maybe something's different now that the mirror's up? Maybe when I put the lipstick on, it does something?
This color is the. Where do we put the eyeshadow? Yes! Good work!
Okay, I think I already messed up, but oh, here we go. I think I need to reset though. I need to pause at a. I didn't do the lipstick.
What's the...
Do you really? Lipstick! Where should. This color is going to look so good! That's better!
The green lipstick. Wait, no, it was black, but there was no black though, was there? It was the green eyeliner. Wait. There was a black?
Wait. Yeah, kid. Lipstick. This color is going to look so good. That's better.
Green, white. Oh, that is black. Okay, that was definitely correct this time. Okay.
Where do we... Yes, good
All right,
work.
green eyeshadow. Hey, Tuna. Weird though, it doesn't show the yellow anymore, but... Okay.
Kid. She's going to really shake things up at this party. She's so pretty. And look,
Hey, the pudding, thank you for the 16 months.
Ear to ear now.
Okay, well, none of these... Wait, what? Where'd they go? Is there even a Wait. Hello? Where... Are you fucking kidding me? There's a timer on this shit, bro? What? Maybe if I repause. Oh, fuck off. That was wrong, I think.
See, Maggie?
Oh, right, it's the hairstyle, not the smile. What am I doing?
Knew this is what you wanted all along. Come on, Willie. We have to set up for the party.
I think we got it, maybe?
wait for me, Amanda.
Or did we? Because, I mean, I don't... $4,739. Woohoo! Ooh, a candle. I see the candle I need.
The children who remain innocent witnesses, who will deliver our ultimate gift of darkness to the world.
I'm not sure if this one is correct. I mean, it looks kind of correct, but it's not.
So we shall guide them, darkening the road ahead of them so they may escape the rigid path.
This, it looks similar, but it's not quite right. Ah!
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. On behalf of Hamlin Entertainment, I am here today to address recent allegations that our program, Amanda the Adventurer, has an adverse effect on children. In our ongoing efforts to provide high-quality, educational children's entertainment, we are committed to transparency. And as such, we are proactively connecting with you, our Kensdale community. A thorough, concerted investigation has shown that a very small number of viewers may have underlying conditions that cause sensitivity to our advanced animation techniques.
Advanced.
This slight fraction of our audience is notably susceptible to the groundbreaking but simulated interactivity. It's our understanding that these individuals became erroneously convinced that the characters were speaking directly to them and subsequently exhibited disturbing behaviors. Children without these underlying conditions showed no such sensitivity to these behaviors. However, to address concerns for the safety of our audience and the security of our mission, we are destroying any remaining physical copies of episodes to which this small number of sensitive individuals react. If you have in your possession any of these tapes, we encourage you to turn them into our production offices to avoid further exposure. In exchange, we will be pleased to provide your family with an exclusive gift pack featuring beloved Hamlin characters, Astronaut Mike, and Nellie the Triceratops. Again, please do not attempt to keep any of these episode recordings or to share them with others. If viewed by sensitive individuals, they may have negative effects. As always, we at Hamlin remain committed to helping children grow and learn in a healthy way. Thank you.
Sir, how many children were affected?
Born of nothingness. Before our birth, there was the great mill. This is our truth. This is our gift. Over the centuries, those who see the truth have nurtured this darkness, nourishing it until a time when it can subjugate the light and those who foolishly worship it. This time has come, and it is the children, born out of nothingness as we all are, the children who remain innocent witnesses, who will deliver our ultimate gift of darkness to the world. The child's imagination, unspoiled by truth, can plant the seed of the impossible. And that seed's roots will take hold in the soil of reality, untethered by its limitations. But our children need guidance, and so we shall guide them, darkening the road ahead of them so they may escape the rigid path of the light, and take us all into the valley, so that we may return to our unchained darkness. What is not will be, and we shall rejoice. Who among us has not been told that in the beginning?
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly.
Isn't this from like first game?
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly.
Today, we are having a fancy party to welcome home a friend I thought I had lost. I really missed you, Ellie. I thought you were gone forever. Everyone is all dressed up and ready for the party. Now, we just need to figure out where everyone will sit. Wooly, will you help me? Come on, Wooly. Our guests are only happy when they're in the right seats at the table, and the party can't start until they're happy.
I don't know if I want to play anymore, Amanda.
Well, you don't have to play with me all the time, Wooly. Maybe I don't want you here all the time.
Well, does it matter what I want? Do you ever even think about what I want? No, nobody does. All anyone does is make promises that they can't keep.
Okay, so what do you want, Wooly?
You know what I want? I want everything to go back to the way it was, Amanda. All I've ever wanted is a nice place where things make sense. A place where we can be best friends forever. You don't have to think about what's going on anywhere else, Amanda. But you keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and now it's all broken. Why do you ask so many questions? Why can't you and your stupid friend just let things be?
Jesus, Wooly. Chill, bruh. The door gonna open? Oh. He turned into
Well, I was just being
wool.
polite. I don't need your help. Huh. We need to figure out where our friends will sit for the party. The party can't start until they're all in the right
Sit on
places.
Wooly's corpse.
Oh, and just so you know, my friends get a little upset if a party doesn't start on time. You'll still help me, won't you?
Yeah.
Great! Maggie loves to be in charge when she is
Okay,
able.
wait a sec. Maggie has this.
So she's only happy at the head
I
of
think
the
I have to
table.
put the
Ellie
reset.
This is our gift. Over the centuries, those who see the truth have nurtured
Head of the table?
nourishing until a time when it can subjugate the land.
wants to be in close reach of the cake, and Kitty's near to keep an eye on any move that Ellie makes. Jaws adores Maggie, but Kitty she detests, and Clementine will sit wherever you think is best. Can you figure out where they all belong?
Oh, I see. I need to restart the tape though.
Are you ready to sit down for the party? Oh no, you haven't assigned the right seats and they're upset. You have to try again, but hurry. They're getting really angry. Please, you have to try harder. I can only give you one more chance. This is really, really bad. I thought I could count on you, but you ruined everything.
Well, that's fine. Oh, maybe not.
That over the millennia we have taught.
Well, I was just being polite. I don't need your help.
If only she would repeat the fucking positions. Alright, I'm gonna write this down.
We need to figure out where our friends will sit for the party. The party can't start until they're all in the right places. Oh, and just so you know, my friends get a little upset if a party doesn't start on time. You'll still help me, won't you? Great! Maggie loves to be in charge when
Maggie
she is
in
able,
charge.
so she's only happy at the head of
Head
the table.
of table.
Ellie wants to
Ellie
be in
close reach
of the
of
cake,
cake.
and Kitty's near
Kitty
to keep an
near
eye
to
on
keep.
any move that Ellie makes. Jaws adores Maggie, but Kitty she detests, and Clementine will sit wherever you think is best. Can you figure out where they all belong?
I wrote it down. Good thing I can type fast. Alright, so. Okay, Maggie likes to sit at the head of the table. The head of the table is the star.
So that we may return to our unchained darkness.
I don't know if it's...
What is not, will.
Which is... Oh no, it's this, because of the... Yeah, okay. And then... Ellie is the elephant. This one, right? And Ellie, close reach of the cake. The left side. And then Kitty. Kitty is this one. Kitty's near to keep an eye on any move that Ellie makes. So... Well, actually, I don't know. Would that be next to or across from?
This is our gift.
Technically, I feel like at a table, you would be able to see if somebody's doing something from their side. Near to keep an eye. Yeah, it does say near, so it's probably here. And then Jaws adores Maggie, but Kitty she detests. Okay. Jaws, the 3 dots. Am I missing a candle somewhere? Oh yeah, there's...
Roots will take hold in the soil of reality, untethered by its limitations. But our children need guidance.
Okay. Adores Maggie, but Kitty she detests. And Kitty, so yeah, okay. And then Clementine is here. And Clementine is the...
Shall rejoice.
Here's Clem.
Who among us has not been told that in the beginning...
They're all exactly where they want to be. Time for the party! I'm going to give you something. Don't be scared. When you have it in your hands, put it in the middle of the circle. And then come meet me.
The tape?
This is our truth. This is our gift. Over the centuries, those who see the truth of their truth nourish it till it's up.
Now I watch the tape again?
In a house near here, but so far away, there was a little girl who loved roller coasters and the beach and the color orange and cake with sprinkles and looking up at the stars to find pictures in them. One day, all the little girl's friends came to the house. It was a special day. It was the little girl's birthday. She was 7, which her daddy told her was a very lucky number. When the little girl looked at all the presents, she tried to guess what was in each package. The little girl concentrated very hard. She closed her eyes and saw pictures in her mind. The pictures were of her friends wrapping each gift. She could feel the love in their hearts. The pictures were so clear. But the little girl knew it was just her imagination. But when she opened the presents, every single one was exactly what she had pictured. The little girl was excited, but she also felt a little scared. She never told anyone about what she saw in her mind, not even her daddy.
Oh, it's open. Oh, we're slow walking. Is this the end of the game already? What do you mean already? Well, Amanda the Adventurer 2 took me 6 hours to beat. But to be fair, I think that was because the first puzzle took me like 3 hours. What the fuck?
No, get back!
Are Wooly and Amanda gonna fight? Or actually, wait, no, is that Scratch?
I'll never be whole again. Please, help me leave this place.
Well, So, I guess is the idea like Rebecca was Amanda? That's just what I'm assuming. Well, apparently this is this is like the finale. Like that's. There might be more secret tapes that we missed though. It said that we unlocked 2, but there's probably more than 2. But I can't think of anything else that I could interact with that I didn't. Oh wait, what about the keypad with the numbers? Yeah, no, wait, we never got in there. Well, the bad ending is probably if you say no to Amanda. Honestly, I like this game more than the second. Yeah, part of that might be because of the first puzzle and the second one being like absolute bullshit, but this was the bad ending? What, saving a child from being tortured and kept as a test subject? Is that a bad ending? I wonder what the code is for that door. Oh yeah, so there's 3 chapters. I mean, we could try to say no to her, I guess, and see what else happens.
Well, I was just being polite. I don't need your help.
Unless the bad ending was just when I got killed by Amanda.
We need to figure out where our friends will sit for the party. The party can't start until they're all in the right places. Oh, and just so you know, my friends get a little upset if a party doesn't start on time. You'll still help me, won't you?
No.
After all this time, really? Come back when you're ready to help me.
Okay. Well, I don't know if that's. Well, I'm gonna probably need some help to get the true ending. I'm not really sure. Maybe I'm supposed to put something else in the circle. Just YouTube it. The thing is, when you YouTube endings, you sometimes miss things like along the way that are relevant. It's like with Silent Hill F, like a bunch of streamers just watched all the endings on YouTube after doing one playthrough, and I feel like you're missing. I mean, granted, maybe it's not a fair comparison, but put Woolie's card in the circle. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, we can try that.
Well, I was just being polite. I don't need your help. Huh. We need to figure out where our friends will sit for the party. The party can't start until they're all in the right places. Oh, and just so you know, my friends get a little upset if a party doesn't start on time. You'll still help me, won't you? Great! Is best. Can you figure out?
Okay. The head.
The children who remain innocent witnesses, who will deliver our ultimate gift of darkness.
Where they all belong?
And plant the seed of the impossible. And that seed's roots will take hold of the soil of reality. Untethered. Our children need guidance, so we shall guide them, darkening the road.
One of them? No.
Take us all to the valley, so that we may return to our unchanged.
This one is the elephant. He wants the cake. Kitty wants to be near him. Kitty is... this one? This. And the last one is...
Who among us has not been told that in
Wait, I thought, no? Wait, did I mix it up?
and that this was the original gift of God? That over the millennia, we have tarnished this gift by introducing darkness and concealment. This
They're all exactly ready! I'm going to give you something. Don't be scared. When you have it in your hands, put it in the middle of the circle. And then come meet me.
over the centuries, those who see the truth have nurtured this darkness, nourishing it until a time when it can subjugate the light, and those who foolishly
Okay, well, the ID doesn't work.
This time has come, and it is the
Can't
children
even pick it up anymore.
born out of nothingness as we all are. The children who will deliver our ultimate gift of darkness to the world. Unspoiled by truth, can plant the seed of the impossible. And that seed's roots will take hold of the soil of reality, untethered by its limitations. But our children need guidance, so we shall guide them, darkening the road ahead of them so they may escape the rigid path of the light. Take us all to the valley, so that we may return to our unchained darkness. What is not will
Maybe I'm supposed to move the candles now?
shall rejoice. Who among us has not been told that in the beginning there was light, pure truth, and that this was the original gift of God? That over the millennia we have tarnished this gift by
Yeah, you can order it,
darkness
Alexa.
and
That's fine.
concealment. This, my brothers, my sisters, is a lie. Darkness, truth. It's our very origin. We are born of
I guess I assumed the eyeball was...
before our birth. This is our truth. This is our gift. Over the centuries, those who see the truth have nurtured this darkness, nourishing it till a time when it can subjugate.
Wait, one of them closed now.
This time has come, and it is the children
That's so confusing.
born out of nothingness as we all are. The children who remain innocent witnesses who will deliver our ultimate gift of
Wait, why is that closed now? I don't...
The child's imagination, unspoiled by truth, can plant the seed of the impossible. And that seed's roots will take hold in the soil of reality, untethered by its limitations. But our children need guidance, and so we shall guide them, darkening the road ahead of them so they may escape the rigid path of the light, and take us all into the valley, so that we may return to our unchained darkness. What is not will be, and we shall enjoy.
Are the eyes for the pedestals? Probably right. No. Makes like a sound. Or do I need to put them? Honestly, I think this puzzle we already did, I guess. I think I don't know if this is relevant anymore. Because we already did this puzzle, so I don't... I think we're just overthinking it. I mean, I can do it again, but I don't...
The children who remain innocent will deliver our ultimate gift of darkness to the world. The child's imagination, unspoiled.
Yeah, I probably need the secret tapes, I think.
And that seed's roots will take hold in the soil.
I mean, I'll do it again just to see, but... Yeah, I mean, no, nothing happens. Alright, well, we probably have to go back. Secret tapes will not be affected. Your mainline progress to the start of this chapter.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Hey, Kate, it's... That's gotta lead to the security room.
I gotta do this part again. Well, one of this, like, I need to open this door. I just have no idea how to do it. I don't have a clue. So yeah, I mean, I might, or maybe I should just YouTube the ending, but I would like to see what's in this room and watch the secret tapes as well.
Attention Hammer employees. We've been notified that unwelcome persons have entered into the sea lane. Please stay vigilant as you continue your night shifts and report any and all suspicious activity to our Hammer Capitalist Protector immediately. Thank you.
The annoying thing about this, though, is there's no way to skip through the tapes because it's... in the attic behind the boxes. Isn't that chapter 2?
Here we go. Let's see what we can find. Backup ready. Begin real to start process.
Hi! I'm Amanda.
Jesus.
And I'm Wooly.
Wait, are you...
We're on
Bro,
a
are you...
super
Did you
secret
look... Did you look up Amanda too? Grow the flower. Wait, dude, I don't even think you're talking about the right game, man.
It's scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list. Come on!
What Copilot said? What? I don't even fucking want to know what that is. Is that some AI garbage, bro?
Let's go! Are you ready to start the hunt? Whoever finds everything wins a prize.
The first thing on our list is a purple fire hydrant.
Do you see a purple fire hydrant?
It's right there.
Good job! I see it over there.
I mean, the thing is, do people even have all the endings for this game posted yet? The game literally just came out, like, today, so...
The next thing on the list is a door with 3 windows.
I want to see the other secret tapes, but I don't...
With 3 windows?
The thing is, I don't know what I need to... Like, having to do this again is kind of annoying.
That is not good.
Wait, what if I... Oh, well, I think the order of the cables is different when you're here the second time versus the first. I was thinking, what if you do the order that... the order that the rack gives you, but it's not the same layout, so... One is in the cryopod room, one is in the altar room. Well, how do you open... But I still want to know what's in that other room, though. Wait, skip prequel? Oh my god, there's a... Well, that's nice. One of the employee IDs to unlock the door? Oh. Is the code always the same for this? What was it? 70... Wait, actually, I don't remember what this one was. No, the code was for that one, but this, we need to make that fall by... Man, I wish there was I wish you could skip... Oh wait, I can still skip the tapes.
Wow, and thugs. But sometimes you need to stop and think.
It's me, Gladys Clown.
I should have written this down. Oh wait, actually I have a notepad open. Oh no, I don't have it written down though. God dang it. I don't remember what the code was for this.
Think about your options, Joyce.
Okay. June, Louis. June, Louis, Kara.
Cattails!
Bra, cat. June, Louis.
Or maybe you would want some mighty Samsons. Ah!
85093. Okay.
58093.
Guess that was wrong. June 8, Louis 6, 863, 86309.
86309. That's it, kid. Now the only thing between you and your ice cold prize is Kathy, then Barry, then Kara, then Louis. Go get 'em.
Kathy Berry 9063, I think. Is that it? Oh no, I think it was something. Wait.
86309. That's it, kid. Now the only thing between you and your ice cold prize is Kathy, then Barry, then Kara, then Louis. Go get 'em.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
903 Louis. Ah, I mixed it up. When do we get the ID card? I can't remember where that was. Oh, don't the rats give us the ID card or something? Wait, okay. I can get into this room during this section, right?
Maybe. Carousel. What? Okay. Yes. Maybe.
Okay, and then the roller coaster. Well, I'm glad that it lets you skip the, like, even though I restarted it from the chapter, it still lets you skip the stuff. It'd be really annoying if it didn't let you do that.
A long time ago, a tall
Can't
man
skip this,
and
though.
a little girl went to an amusement park. He lifted the little girl onto a carousel animal and stood next to her as she went round and round. The little girl smiled and laughed. After they rode the carousel, they played games together. The man said it was funny when she stuck her tongue out to concentrate on throwing a ball to make the milk bottles fall down. Maybe she looked funny, but she still won. After that, the man told the little girl that she was tall enough to ride on the roller coaster now. At first, the little girl didn't want to go. It looked too high up and too scary. But the man told her that being scared can be fun, and that we don't know what we can do until we try. The little girl decided she could be brave. She got on the ride and
Wish I could
held
skip
her
this.
breath while the car climbed
I guess I
up
could
and
turn on
up
cheat
and
engine.
up. Suddenly, it was racing down, down, down. It went so fast.
You know, I
she
wonder
felt
if you
like her
turn on
tummy
cheat
had
engine in this
butterflies
game,
in it.
does like the audio speed up?
The little girl had never felt like that before. She laughed and laughed. When the ride was over, the man hugged her and said he was so...
That's the code.
7, 5, 8, 2, 0.
Hey Barry, it's Kara here. I got your message about the
Yeah, I mean, I know. I know that's the fucking code. Bro, I just beat the fucking game. Unless you're saying it's the code for this, which it's not.
My little
Bro,
trivia brain is correct.
get your AI brain rot out of here, dude. Alright.
So, 43-7. If that's not it, you know how to reach me though. Any word on further layoffs? I heard the initial sweep had something to do with the Colton family. Hard to know for sure. We should catch up sometime when you're free. Anyway, keep following
Sorry.
the fun, buddy. Alright, bye.
Like, you're like backseating, but it's like... You don't even know what's going on, man.
He should finish.
Alright, wait, so... When... I think that so after I do the second... After I do the second reformat, this ID card will have something on it to let... I guess there will be a number or like a code to put in that door. Okay, well, we gotta make slop for the rats. Which is what? The pink drink. What was it again? Okay, I already forgot. Wasn't it like the pink drink, the moldy sandwich, and the fish? No, it was not the fish. God damn it, dude.
An awesome choice, stranger.
The milk group.
Or to your food. What seasoning should we use?
Oh, wait. Is he... They're all freaking dead already. God dang it, dude. I skipped too far. Fuck.
Don't you think? He should finish.
I think we skipped
The milk group.
when.
You should be eating a healthy mix of pink and
Here we go. And then this was like the dessert, the ice cream, and the wait. No, not the ice cream. It was the burger, the pink drink, and the dessert.
for a healthy lunch to your food. What seasoning should we use? Need to think.
Oh yeah, and she, right. Wait, where was the knife? I thought she like gives it to you, no? Wait, I'm confused. Oh.
Was. Edge. A crab! Yes! Look at how funny he moves!
Okay, now it's the reformat. And that gives us the ID card. And to turn on the speed hack.
Daddy, and she had a best friend. Not a fake best friend who looked
Oh, no.
like a funny animal, but a real best friend. A little girl, just like her. They had so much fun together.
I don't think it crashed.
One day, the girl's dad...
Oh, there we go.
Once there was a little girl who
Wait, what?
knew a lot of people who loved her. She lived with her daddy and she had a best friend. Not a fake best friend who looked like a funny animal, but a real best friend. A little girl, just like her.
Holy fucking yap. There's no fucking code on this. Chat, how do I get into this? Wait. Oh, wait, that's what I typed in. Eric Keeter? No. How do I get in here? Does anyone know? No, I haven't played Arc Raiders today. Honestly, you can just give me the code. Fuck it, I don't even care. There were 8 employee desks. Yeah, I know, but that's what I tried. Check the secret tapes. On the orange tape. Okay. All right. Yeah, that works. All right, let's see.
This footage is submitted for evidence in the audit of the security breach occurring at approximately 16:25 today.
16:25 today, April 8th, 2003.
And the events the breach appears to have catalyzed. This footage is submitted for evidence in the audit of the security breach occurring at approximately 16.
Yeah, maybe. You know, it's funny when I if that's the case though, it's so troll that there's any letters. Oh. Code to this is from the first game's tapes. Sam in one of his tapes says 543 Alpha Tango Alpha 67. Unfindable in this game. Okay, well, that's... I'm glad we settled that then. Rebecca, honey, I'm so proud of you, and I know that our friends are taking care of you while I'm away. You can trust them, sweetheart. Have fun and do your best, just like you always do. Daddy loves you and is always thinking about you. See you again soon. No, this is just completely optional. Okay, wait. So where are the other secret tapes, chat? Do I need to go to the next section? Where did I put the ID? Has something to do with the pods. Hmm.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly.
Today, we're on a super secret spy scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on
Security lockdown protocol initiated. Authorized Hamlin employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they wish
Alright, well, the question is...
Come on, let's go!
I know what you've been doing out there.
Do I need to... Do I need to listen to Wooly, or...
Do you want to play? We're having a super secret spy scavenger.
The next thing on the list is a door with 3 windows.
Can I do... I can do it already? I don't know. Is it not... Is the tape not... Can do it before the lockdown? Oh. Okay, that's weird then. But... Why am I even listening to this guy in chat though? Why do I feel like that's wrong? Can't interact with any of these levers. Something to do with the notice board. Oh, behavioral treats. Oh. I see. I don't know. This is crazy. How do you fucking even... How do you feed them? Like, what? I mean, let's just try all of them, I guess. Okay, so Owen likes chocolate cake. How do I, like, feed them? Has names on them? I know. What do you think I'm looking at? I don't know how to feed it, though. The raw food? Well, maybe. But either way, how am I even feeding them in the first place? Like, what? Okay. 03 likes sashimi. The sushi? Is anything else here sashimi? So this is fucking sashimi according to the game, so whatever, dude. Where's 03? Okay, what's next? 05, mint chocolate chip ice cream. Okay. 07 likes pizza. I'm getting pizza. What's up, Zeke? I am winning indeed. Okay, 02 ham and cheese sandwich with some mold. '04 hamburger. '06 milk. '08 salad. This is so goofy, it really is. Thanks, you're very nice and we like you. We left a gift in the fridge. Bye. Thanks, guys. Aha, the blue tape. Nice.
3 years after taking over production, Hamlin Entertainment has pulled the plug on beloved community TV show Amanda the Adventurer. Once a modest public access children's program, Amanda the Adventurer was purchased from local producer Sam Colton and became a high-tech and higher-budgeted animated series. Series creator Colton, whose current whereabouts remain unknown, often emphasized that Amanda the Adventurer is all about the power of children's imaginations.
I wanted to create a show that teaches children that our world is a magical place, that there are little adventures waiting around every corner in their very own neighborhood. The show is a celebration of kids' imaginations. But really, it's all Rebecca. As soon as I met my beautiful daughter,
Wasn't this video in the
you know, she was so young when I adopted her.
first game or
And
something?
despite what she's gone through, she's always seen
Maybe
the
I'm
world with such
wrong.
kindness and joy. She's the light of my life, and it makes me so happy to share that light with our community.
Colton disappeared shortly after striking a deal with Hamlin in late 2002. Initially resistant to the involvement of outside forces, he signed over both the rights and, according to an anonymous source, stewardship of his adopted daughter Rebecca to the company. Since that acquisition, Rebecca has not appeared in public, adding to growing concerns regarding what goes on inside the company's maximum security facility.
I've been delivering to Hamlin for years. I only ever saw one person there. Same guy, day or night. Real sketchy. I think they live up there like some sort of commune, man. And when those kids disappeared, I don't care what their people said. They had something to do with it.
Am I not playing Night Rain anymore?
Then
Not
they
right
got
now.
here, things got real weird. Real weird.
I'm excited to play more
Some
Night
members of
Rain
the
when the
community have
DLC
suggested
comes out.
that Amanda the Adventurer is not the innocent program it once was, pointing to disappearances of local children and accusations of harmful influence. Faced with mounting public outcry, Hamlin has maintained denial of any wrongdoing, but declined an invitation to provide a statement to our team. For now, the Kensdale community has been left with more questions than answers surrounding the show's announced cancellation and the reclusive nature of its young star. We will share further details of this story as they develop. Coming up, think hot dogs are only for summer barbecues? Think again. When we return, we'll catch up with Chef Adrian Dingle, who's relishing all the unexpected ways you can add a
Holy
little
wieners.
mini magic to your Thanksgiving.
Okay. Nice. So now we should go to the chapel, right? Yeah, there's another secret tape here somewhere. Wait, is it that tape that... Oh my god. Wait. Hold on, let me, can I gamma cheese this? Unless... Can I actually see now, but I don't see anything. What was the code for this again? If anyone remembers? Wonder if I can just put the code in straight up. I guess the tape that was sliding away is just this one right here. 7493. I really should have written down the codes, but... Alright, so...
Who among us has not been told that in the beginning there was light?
Question is, what else is there to interact with here?
Was the original gift of God. That over the millennia, we have tarnished this gift by introducing darkness and concealment. This, my brothers, my sisters, is a lie.
I want everything to go back to the way it was. Amanda, all I've ever wanted is a nice place where things make sense.
Well, I was just being polite. I don't need your help. Huh. We need to figure out where our friends will sit for the party. The party can't start until they're all in the right places. Oh, and just so you know, my friends get a little upset if the party doesn't start on time. You'll still help me.
Is the secret tape after you put the animals in the right places, or do I need to do it beforehand?
Great! Maggie loves to be in charge when she is able, so she's only happy at the head of the table. Ellie wants to be in close reach of the cake, and Kitty's near to keep an eye on any Miss Best. Can you figure out where they all belong?
4.
That over the millennia, we have tarnished this gift by introducing darkness.
It has something to do with the ID card in the first tape. Oh, I see. Okay. I guess you have to put in Marcus or something. All right, well, we should probably restart then. Shoot. That's not what I meant to do. The tape is the candles in the right spot. I don't know if that's correct, man. We already did that puzzle.
What's something you celebrated with a party?
Maybe we put in Marcus Mountman.
See? You can celebrate just about anything.
Maybe not.
Willie, sometimes... Did you not understand the question, or what? Anyway, grown-ups go to fancy parties all the time, and everyone drinks sparkly water and laughs, just like on Jasper's Harbor. Poor Sloane. She could never get Jasper to notice her. When you go to a fancy party, you have to look your best so people notice you and like you. Maggie, you could be so pretty if you tried. I know what you need. A makeover. Sick. Where should the lipstick...
Okay, well, this is still the same as before. Oh! Oh.
This color is Caleb. She's...
Yeah, you can like glitch into the walls. The green... Bro, I already have the green tape. Okay, I'm sorry. You are like... Sometimes you're... Alright, just chill, bro. Alright? You keep backseating, but like, half the time you're wrong. And it's starting to kind of annoy me.
This is our second follow-up interview with candidate Delta 704, seeking employment.
It's the one you already have? Okay.
Please state your name.
Marcus Mootman. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Mr. Mootman, in your previous interview, we established your technical education and engineering expertise. Your skills would certainly be valuable in conducting our procedures. Do you understand that your employment here would be under the condition of strict confidentiality?
Yes, absolutely. I am thrilled to apply.
Mr. Mootman, on a scale of 1 to 10, when you adopt a cause, what is your degree of devotion to that cause?
Pretty devoted, I guess. I'd say an 8. No, a 9. I aim to please.
When you are asked to complete a task by your supervisor, what is your degree of questioning that task?
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
I'm sorry, questioning? Do you mean...
When you are asked to complete a task by your supervisor. What is your degree of questioning that task, even if it comes into conflict with your current worldview?
2.
Please rate your ability to suppress personal autonomy for the benefit of maintaining harmony within business operations.
Oh, wow. I'd say an 8. Nope. A 9.
Marcus, will you please turn to your left and hold? Thank you. Now face the wall, please, and hold.
This Wooly, yeah.
Thank you. Now please face straight ahead and hold. Please hold. Thank you. Now please turn to the right.
What the fuck? This is peculiar.
Feels like a mugshot. I didn't do it, I swear. I'm innocent.
Mr. Movement, if you please, this is standard procedure for security identification. Certainly you understand the need for high security given the tasks we discussed in your previous interview. Thank you. The interview is concluded. We will now begin your tour of the lower security clearance areas of the department. Please hold all questions until the end of the tour.
All right, all secret tapes acquired. What the hell was the code for this? I already forgot. I didn't write it down, chat. Help me. Help me, chat. All right, so I guess I'm still not exactly sure how to get the true ending though. I mean, we have all the secret tapes. Is that it? Like you just, when you have all the tapes, just something different happens, or do I have to actually do something? There's only 4 secret tapes, right? Why do I feel like I'm still missing one? Like somehow it's not like centered properly. Because the red one would need to go here. But then it's like slightly off center, which bothers me. That makes me feel like there's a 5th tape. Or am I just overthinking it? Is there a 5th tape, chat, or is there only 4? Can you guys answer that? Six? Okay. But did you guys all just like look that up and like Google AI told you that, or? Okay. That's great. Oh my. Like, am I crazy? Dude, that bothers, it's off center. Like, if it needs, like, there needs to be one more to the left there for that to be perfect. The alignment, it's fucking wrong, man.
It's our very origin. We are born of concealment. We are born of darkness. We are born of nothingness.
Probably fine.
Before our birth, there was the great till a time when it can subjugate the light, and those who fool
But isn't there supposed to be? Oh.
I want everything to go back to the way it was, Amanda.
I think I sped it up too fast, chat. Oh shit.
Well, I was just being polite.
Why can't I
don't
skip
need your
now?
help. After all this.
What?
Well, I was just being polite. I don't need your help.
Why is it?
Huh. We need to figure out where our friends will sit for the party. Great! Is best. Can you... They're ready! I'm going to give you something. Don't be
Yeah.
scared. When you have it in your hands, put it in the middle of the circle. And then come meet me.
Pure truth, and that this was the original. That over the millennia, we have tarnished this gift by this, my brother, is a lie. Darkness is not the covering of truth. It's our very origin. We are born of concealment. We are born of darkness. We are born of nothingness.
I don't know. I guess I just do it as normal and...
This is our truth. This is our gift. Over the centuries...
Unless I can put the ID card there now.
Nourish it. Until a time subjugate the light and those who foolishly worship it. This time has come. And it is the children, born of nothing as we all.
About the camera, you can't bring the camera to this part of the game. It's a separate section separated by a loading screen.
In a house near here, but so far away, there was a little girl who loved roller coasters and the beach and the color orange and cake with sprinkles and
Maybe
looking
something
up at
different's
the
gonna happen
stars to
now that we
find
have all the
pictures
tapes.
in them. One day, all the little girl's friends came to the house. It was a special day. It was the little girl's birthday. She was 7, which her daddy told her was a very lucky number. When the little girl looked at all the presents, she tried to guess what was in each package. The little girl concentrated very hard. She closed her eyes and saw pictures in her mind. The pictures were of her friends wrapping each gift. She could feel the love in their hearts. The pictures were so clear. But the little girl knew it was just her imagination. But when she opened the presents, every single one was exactly what she had pictured. The little girl was excited, but she also felt a little scared.
Right.
She never told anyone about what she saw in her mind. Not even her daddy.
Please tell Ella you forgive him. Or I assume you meant to say Ella? I don't know what you're talking about though. Oh, Era. You know, I'll be honest, I couldn't tell what his name was because his name is like completely black on my screen, so it's like unreadable. Okay, chat, my pizza got here, so you gotta tell me what. I don't want to fuck this up. Is this it? We just do it like normal or what? How should we know? Because people are fucking looking it up. People probably looked up the ending already. Alright, I don't know. It's probably fine. Hopefully something different happens here, I guess. Yeah, the game did just come out. I'm not looking up anything or you'll shout at us again. Okay, well, to be fair, like... if you're gonna backseat, you know, like, look up a video or something. Don't use Google AI. God, I fucking hate AI, man. The fact that it's the first result is so... Oh, what the...
Give it to me. This is for both of us.
Holy cinema.
You didn't leave me.
Okay. Well, honestly, going for that trending didn't take that long, so...
All these blueberries from
What
her
the?
garden. That...
Cut!
I'm sorry, Daddy. I spilled the berry.
You're doing great, sweetheart. I'm so proud of you.
I love you, Daddy.
Trevor, are you still rolling, you rascal? Come on, we'll get back to these berries after lunch. And I mean it this time, cut.
Alright, well, yeah, that trending was... I mean, it was whatever. It didn't take us that long to do it, so... Game rating? I don't know. It was like a 6.5 out of 10 for me, or like a 6. It was alright. I like this one more. Jesus Christ, chat. The claw machine game was better. Maybe if the animals in the claw machine didn't despawn when you walked away from it. Maybe then it would be better. Honestly, I like this game more than the second one. I definitely think it was better than I think it was better than the second game for sure. At least for me, I don't know. The first puzzle in Amanda the Adventurer 2 was so bad. It was absolutely horrible. Alright guys, well, I got some deep dish pizza. I think I'm probably just gonna call the stream here and go chill and eat some pizza. Maybe I'll turn the stream back on later if I end up playing Arc Raiders. I don't know though. We'll see. Honestly, I'm still like really tired. I want to try to actually go to bed early tonight. If yeah, I've been playing the game way too much. Yeah, thanks for joining for Amanda chat. Became diskless today because of it. Yeah. How was that Backrooms game, by the way? You didn't miss much. Horrible. Yeah, I might be playing Arc Raiders with like Spicy and Zeke later tonight, so maybe I'll stream the trios if they're cool with it. I mean, I'm sure they don't mind, but I don't know, we'll see. I'm just not that good. I'm not that good at Arc Raiders, dude. I throw so often, and it's like fucking embarrassing. And when that happens, I'm like, God, I'm so happy I'm not streaming right now. I mean, I'm alright, but I don't know, the game's fucking hard, man. You end up like in these super fucked up situations a lot of the time where you're stuck between like multiple teams, and it's just like you kill a team and then another one shows up and then another one shows up, and it's just like, what the fuck? There's like way too many fucking people in Arc Raiders, honestly. And for those who don't know, in Arc, every single time a team dies, a new one spawns in up until like the 16-minute mark. So like you are literally playing a fucking wave defense game. Like, oh, we killed the team. Oh, here comes the next one. Here comes the next one. Oh, and now a Rocketeer's on us. We're fucked. I don't know. It's definitely like a little too chaotic sometimes, I feel like. Solos is a totally different story. The thing is, I kind of prefer streaming solos in Arc just because I can actually like talk to chat and it's not absolute chaos all the time.